Let's get this stream.
You're ugly.
I feel that.
Well, I like that one a lot. So I was thinking of that if I can get it.
Left click to access the lobby.
Wait, I have to grab my keys in case. Bye, Brady.
Yeah, you're good, right? It doesn't look like anything bad's happened to it. You only get one if anything happens to it. Yeah, I can't give you another one because it's broke up and it costs money. Then. Yeah. All right, stream. You know what? I'm gonna procrastinate. I'm gonna watch some shit. So I guess I'll stop the stream. I'll put it on break, I guess.
Left click to access the lobby. When you are in a party, press enter to chat.
Some are born to run. Others have a higher purpose.
Time to rock and load, fellas. Hey, ready to go.
Introducing your champion.
Lift their wings and then fight.
Don't worry. There was no way out of this.
This might be a good place to land.
Got you. I'm calling the ball. Let's land over there. I love this part! We should maneuver to that area.
Yep. That way, fellas. Move your butts.
Looks like we're the next.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2. Care package, please.
Hands off, that's a Prezi for Fusey.
Incoming care package. Pro tip, don't try grabbing something moving at that trajectory.
I say we move that
Optics
way.
here. Sniper.
Ha! Let's go over there. Hostile close.
Extended supply bin here.
On you, mate. Shield battery here. Gotta hop up
I say
here.
we move that way.
Skull piercer. Oi, extra supplies here. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Contact with target.
Extended light mag here. Level 3. Thanks a bunch.
Move there. Changed my mind.
Another squad's been through there. Bandits have been through there already.
Energy. There's a treasure pack here.
Got a heat barrel stabilizer here. Level 3. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Reckon I could make a use of that. Forget that, eh? Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3. Can somebody find me a laser sight?
Target over there. Watch out, I'm opening the sky.
On your feet, mate.
Using a Phoenix kit.
Rings close, with a minute to spare.
One sec. Using my
Strongo
Phoenix
over
kit.
there.
Contact.
Under fire.
Rings close, 45 seconds on the clock. Today's mull
Heads up,
load
check out
incoming.
this way.
The sky's
Making
about to
contact
fall.
with enemy.
Knuckle club. Another bloody squad's attacking us.
Alert 5. Ready to scorch for burn.
Ring will be closing in 30. She ain't far.
There is a new kill leader.
Come on, come on, come on.
Leader out there. What a go-getter.
Looting down. Taking fire, brothers.
Main
Just
engine
go.
burn. Ten seconds and the ring's just ahead.
Warning.
Recharging shields.
Recharging my shields.
Rings moving. Recharging shields.
Care package being delivered.
Got us a care package coming in.
Ultimate accelerant here. Someone's been... Heads up. Check out that way.
Heat shield here.
Healing up. Give me a sec.
Hold up. Healing.
Gotta heal. Taking a knee. Let's go over there.
They're shooting at me. Oh, downed. Fair income shot, though. Strongo over there.
One sec.
Let's go over there.
Healing up.
Enemy spotted. Gotta heal. Forget brothers. Let's move that way.
Been bloody snared.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
Don't shield out. Healing up. Give me a sec.
Hold up. Healing. Got it. Headed to you.
Crikey, I'm snared.
Gotta heal. Taking a knee.
Quick, get our teammate Spanner. Both taking fire.
Replicator being delivered.
Hey, replicator.
One sec. Healing up.
Hostile close. Shield cell here.
One heat shield coming up. Charging on my shields.
Healing up. Give me a... Putting up a heat shield.
Just a sec. Healing up. Let's go here. A minute till ring close and we've still got to wait. Quick, get our teammate Spanner. Hey, who invited the third party?
Crafting, but I'm still ready.
Ring's just a little further. Could use some help here.
Just 10 seconds. Let's check. Contact.
follow. Target spotted, far off.
I wasn't born to be subtle.
Now round with me. I'm ready for a match.
I'm here to watch your back, brothers.
Introducing your champion.
I honor those who've risen, not those who've fallen.
All right, it's a great day to be Jumpmaster. Here we go. Hang tight. Let's check out that way. Let's go over there.
The bloody hell? Enemy landed near me.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
the target.
Getting some damage over here.
Being shot at. Reloading.
Hold on. Using a Phoenix kit.
Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
Rings close.
Down. Not going here.
I'm spotted. Taking fire. Enemy down. I'm down.
Ring
Rings
movement in
moving.
progress.
Let's go over there. Let's go over there.
Care package being delivered. Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Gonna defend this area. They'll run when they see me. Sure. Let's check out that way. I say we move that way. Let's check out that way. I say we move that way. Ha ha ha! They'll never shoot through this. Good news for me. Half the squads are gone.
I got faith in you, bro. You're gonna get this done for us.
I'm getting shot. Don't shield out. Watch out. I'm opening this skies. Airstrike. Giving my shields a recharge.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown. Replicator being delivered.
Hey, brothers. Replicator incoming. Using a Phoenix kit. I say we move that way. Let's go over there.
Bro, you better run.
Taking fire, brothers.
Not just run, throw that shield down, abandon whatever the fuck it is that you was trying to do. Not sure why you're running that way though. I don't think it's helping you out any.
I'm getting shot. Enemy shield cracked.
Oh shit! Well, at least you got some damage in it.
boys. Yes, let's go.
You fellas keep telling me this game's a death sentence, but here I am.
They're not gonna know what hit 'em.
Introducing your champion.
Always the same way. With me observing.
Sightlines look good over there. May your bullets hit their marks, and not me.
Mirage à toi. How's Vantage, bro? You like her?
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
I'm up, cuzzies. Got some goodies for ya.
Here we go.
Gotta hop up here. Laser sight here. Level 3. Rings near, cuzzies. Got a minute before she closes.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Oh, that takes me back.
Ring's not far.
Rings in our neighborhood and won't close for 30. Extended light mag here. Level 2. Evo shield here. Level 2. Hands off. That's Maggie's. 10 seconds, but the ring's near.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
Backpack here. Level 2. I bloody want it. Yeah, nah, that was rubbish.
Attention. Delivering
Shield
care
up.
package.
What is it?
Care package coming in.
It's okay. I got a public school education too,
Extended
bro.
energy mag here. Level 3. Optics here. Close range. I need a barrel mod.
Let's go over there.
Let's go. Always down to bust some heads.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
This game's easy. Just click on their heads, man.
There is a new kill leader.
You kill leaders killed their way to the top. Respect. Crafting. Feels good to make stuff.
That's it.
Backpack here. Level 2.
No, I don't think I'll ever be that good. Go and
Only
get
half
it
the
then.
squads are left.
Ev- I mean, set your goals and smash them and then repeat, right?
Evo shield here. Level 2.
I mean, same thing you could say about Tom Brady. He didn't win every fucking Super Bowl, but the guy's still the GOAT. Lincolns? Is that like some kind of. Oh, I'm assuming it's from like some Naruto shit. Asu?
Taking fire. Enemy spotted. Dome shield out.
Tag some prey. I cracked a target's shield. Got a tag on him.
Rain down some destruction.
Drilling through.
Chucking a frag grenade. Throwing third. Getting shot at.
Tear it up, wrecking ball.
Prey's tagged. Take him down. Shattered the prey's shield.
Recharging shields.
Reloading.
Enemy van. Ace.
Taking fire. Hostile over there. Gotta heal. Taking a knee.
He's coming right for you.
Getting shot at.
Looking out this way.
I cracked a target's shield.
Airstrike coming in hot.
Took down some prey.
Hey, I'm getting shot. Reloading. Target over there.
That X shield is
I
cracked.
got you, homie.
I'm down, brothers.
Where's the other guy?
Reloading. I bagged a mark.
Is that everybody? No, they can't be. There,
Let's go here.
there's a down guy right there if you want to finish him, my Red Zone teammate.
Taking
Oh,
fire.
I see him, I see him.
Opening fire on. I cracked a target's shield.
Round 2. Beginning.
They'll never shoot through this. Giving my shields a recharge. Healing up. Give me a sec.
Reloading. There goes the last one in the squad.
We killed
Oh,
the
good
hero.
shit, because I was like, where did he go?
Makes the real champion, eh?
Healing up.
Gotta heal. Taking a knee.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Gotta
Good,
heal. Taking a knee.
good looking out, bro.
Body shield here. Level 4.
I don't like the level 4s. I mean, I know a lot of people rock them in the pros, dude, but I'm not that good yet.
Healing up. Give me a sec.
Is that your ninja way?
Drawing some cover for my brothers.
I got you, homie. I love watching pro leagues, bro.
1 minute till ring close.
Ego be yonder.
They might be coming our way because like we gotta go that way, gotta go this way to go to circle anyway.
Going there.
So they're probably gonna go southeast
Ring's not
and be
far.
up that
Make
way.
a beeline there, cuzzies.
I've been watching pro leagues, man.
Shield up.
Trying to get like you, big homie.
New kill leader appointed.
We're close. 30 seconds. New kill leader. Heads up.
Yeah.
Seconds, but the ring's near. Let's go there.
Yeah. We might as well get in circle.
Warning. Ring closing.
It's probably gonna heat up over here shortly too.
Ring's moving, brothers. Keep the hustle.
Optics here. Mid-range. Looks interesting over here. Come on.
I heard that too. What?
Firing.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Hostile over there.
Let's pick this care package clean. Taking damage.
Taking damage over here. Enemy shield cracked.
Taking fire. Recharge.
They'll never shoot through this.
Open wide. Here comes the drill.
Gotta heal. Taking a knee.
Just try and hide without shot. It's shooting at me.
Recharging shields.
Took down. Recharging my shields, cuzzies. Let's go here.
Signaling an airstrike. Contact.
Recharging shields.
Taking fire, brothers. Hostile right here. Watch out, brothers. We got another squad.
Enemy
Oh
here.
shit.
Fire. Taking fire. Go there.
We gotta
There
fight.
we go.
Yeah.
Recharging shields.
Round 3.
Taking fire, brothers.
Ring countdown.
Contact with target.
Yeah, I'm strolling around this rock.
Giving
got
my
more
shields
cover.
a recharge.
Attention.
Big
Delivering
shooting at me.
replicator.
Tagged and half in the bag. Shattered the praise shield. Eyes to the skies. Replicator in. Getting shot at. Oi, grenade.
Grenade.
Recharging.
I'm getting shot. Giving my shields a recharge.
It's shooting at me.
Healing up.
Wrecking balls rolling. Always knew I had the biggest balls around here. Taking fire. Shattered the praise shield. I'm down. Need some help here.
Enemy
Target
spotted.
here. Being shot at.
Just you
Well,
and
there
me
they.
now, brother. We can do.
That egg shield is cracked. Skull and a phoenix kit.
Oh shit.
Here's an egg.
Making contact with enemy.
Extra munitions for you in grates.
There's a moving in on him here. Hostile right here.
Rings near, cuz. Letting rip. Being shot at. Fight, grenade.
Attention. The
Hey,
champion has been
enemy over there.
eliminated.
Drill's hunting for eggs.
Hey, I'm getting shot. Cracked an enemy shield. Real downed one. Checking full contact with hostile.
Being shot at. That egg shield is cracked.
Recharging shields.
Ah, he's super lit. Yeah, maybe 20, 30 health. GG.
all just relax?
Yo, Resby?
I'm plugging you in. I think a Pathfinder is hard. Yeah, this one's looking rough.
Doing these.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
You know what? I don't know if I win these. Never seen you lose these? Don't lie to me now.
The other guy wants to help him.
I know, right? Can that guy fuck off? Alright, we might have to hit the swappage on a weapon real quick. The take, not doing wonders like I thought it was going to. Now the Spitfire. That's a weapon I can get behind.
That's a different story.
Let's get R9. Alright, jokes. My inventory is shambles.
Whoa.
Almost caught that, John. Okay, buddy.
Yes, inside. Healing up. Eyes are open though. Picked up our teammate's banner. Frag out. Shots. Recharging my shields.
Whoa.
Or, oh, what's up, stream? Accidentally, I was doing a bunch of stuff, but I didn't turn on or underneath the stream, so. I mean, what am I gonna do? I mean, that was just plain redonkulous. Plain redonkulous for me to forget very obvious things. Significant. Wait. Can't start too soon. I'm not gonna be able to focus right. Put on a little bit of this. All right. Some little bit of Drew.
Feels like
Afwala.
playing.
I love Drew.
Yeah. Which is like, I mean, that's valid. There are stories about that, but like, yeah,
it's not like the torch holder she made it seem it was gonna be, and that's again a valid criticism, and that's pertaining to the film itself. So I haven't seen the film, but Jace has.
Yes. I did enjoy it. I think that's the other thing is too is like, would we even be having these conversations about like, does it represent all women? Is it just a white feminist perspective if it was a story about men? Because like, while those criticisms are super important and valid, I just think it's interesting that we never seem to have them when it's stories about men. You can have, Top Gun and whatever, any kind of male centric movie come out, and it's not like the question isn't, well, how well or accurately does this film represent, different people from different groups, from, that different races or like queer men.
Yeah.
And it's never the topic of conversation.
Yeah, it's always different standards. Always.
Exactly.
And I think it is fair at the same time to like say like it is white feminism.
Oh, it is for sure.
Yeah, and that's totally fair to say that. And J Subes is right too in the sense that men are never really held to the same kind of standard, which is also fair. That's why I said context. The ability to critically think.
Yes.
Please adopt it. So that's like
people just need to understand that like you said earlier, multiple things can be true at once.
Yeah.
And it's okay for us to acknowledge faults and flaws in individuals or in individual pieces of media, while also understanding that like the overarching system is definitely rigged.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's why being able to operate within the system and then also acknowledge if you have privilege still within the system is also very important. It's like it's when you act as if you're just as oppressed as like women of color or black women, for example, or trans women. That's when it crosses a line, because then you're like, yeah, see, we're all on the same, scale of oppression. No, we aren't, but that's okay. Like you can acknowledge that, like, although we are all oppressed as women, you still have a leg up over other women, which is important to acknowledge. And that's why it's important to platform other women that don't look like you or not white women. Like it's important to like give them a seat at the table too, because technically speaking they can't really get in the door without you sometimes.
No, absolutely.
The unfortunate part for us, but like I think overall I would say there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yes.
As there are in many industries
when
it comes to women or femme presenting people in general, or just people who don't identify as women at all. It's so important to like really shake the table, man. Like I'm tired of seeing the same things over and over again. I think that's why with Johnny Sibley we talked about how like he was saying we had talked about a video where they were criticizing A League of Their Own, the new series.
Oh yeah.
And they were being obviously very homophobic about it, like the video that we were breaking down. When we were talking about it, we were basically saying that like sometimes like things aren't for you. And that's okay. But you already have a version of it, so go watch that one.
Exactly.
Like if you feel so inclined to be like you feel targeted because you didn't get to enjoy it as much as you would have liked, it's okay. Watch something else.
Yeah.
Or understand that like when things like that come out and they do well, it opens the door for other people to be able to make more content like that, to be more representative of people. There's nothing wrong with giving everyone a chance to see themselves on TV.
Everyone deserves to see themselves represented. And on the topic of women in film in general, it's like I like to advocate for women's representation in general, but the truth of it is that white women, and specifically like white cis straight presenting women, have been the central focus on like women's representation for so long.
Absolutely.
And it's one of those things where like you have to understand that like centering white women is just, it's been the norm. It's something that we have to actively work to fix. It's not,
Yeah, and it's okay to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean, I always say too, like when you acknowledge your privilege, that does not mean that you've never struggled in your life. Like, it's not the absence of struggle, it's just the acknowledgement that you don't have invisible barriers that make it even harder for you than it already is. Like if you're a cis straight white woman.
Oh wow, that was such a genuine reaction from J Stoops.
And that's okay. It's okay.
Reacting to
what
reacting to what Drew says there. It's pretty dope.
Everybody could do with admitting.
We've
all. I feel
very
like why
empathetic.
like white privilege is such a hard thing for so many people to accept.
Yeah, it's okay.
But like it's
I have privilege too, although I'm Latino and I'm light skinned.
It just means you didn't have all of the setbacks that some people have.
Exactly, and that's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so to wrap this up, what do you want people to know when it comes to
Eat your veggies.
wanting to create content as like a woman in the field of like film or just existing in the film space in general? What is it? What's like
Cheers, my
your
kush.
best piece of
Cheers,
advice
my kush.
Maybe other women or other people.
Cheers, my kush. Cheer, my brother.
I
Cheers, playing my brother soon.
The big thing that I try to impart to people, to women and femme presenting people in general, is just that it's okay to openly and unabashedly love things that maybe like typical rigid standards of like film appreciation and film criticism would tell you are not good. Like people love to use the word objectively now, even though it's like completely antithetical to the idea of art. But like if somebody tells you that something that you love is objectively bad, like that's just don't be afraid to say you're wrong.
Yeah.
Like I hate that the IMDb top 100 and like we talked about earlier, like this idea that there's a specific type of film or genre or like films that appeal to a specific type of audience are just inherently better. And I love one of the things I love about TikTok and seeing the different kinds of women that have come on and talked about their favorite media is that I feel like it's really normalized it for women and helped a lot of women feel more confident in saying, you know, like rom-coms, for example. Like I love rom-coms. What's wrong with liking a rom-com? And yeah, but I guess the thing that I really want to achieve with my content is just making women and girls feel more secure going into the film industry or just openly speaking about how much they love films that maybe don't like typically seem like you're like the classics.
Yeah.
Because who is anybody to tell you that they're not as good as The Godfather and Citizen Kane? Like,
listen, I've seen Legally Blonde.
Exactly.
I've seen The Wedding Planner.
Masterpieces, both of them.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, The Other Woman, quality film.
Exactly. You know what? And that's
Oscar snubbed.
Exactly. For I think all three leads.
Yeah, all three of them. I love that movie. You know what's a movie I love? The Heat.
Oh, The Heat is so good.
Dude,
they have such good chemistry.
The way that I laugh my ass off. I just watched Tammy recently.
Have you seen Spy?
Yes.
Spy completely blew me away.
So funny.
So hilarious.
Unbelievably funny. I love shit like that. Those are like my favorite kinds of movies to watch because they're just so fun and like mindless. Like you could watch it, go on a little trip, and then come back. But dude, the way I was laughing my ass off at Tammy, like I've never seen the movie. I was belly laughing, bro. Like Melissa McCarthy, I love that girl. But like that's like a perfect example. Like you love a silly movie like that, girl.
Yeah.
Do what you done. Love what you want to love.
Listen, men have had Die Hard and like they've had their like ridiculous
movies.
like and they've been like critical darlings a lot of the time too, and it's like
the Fast and the Furious 38 movies that they've made. Like, come on. I saw Hobbs and Shaw. So funny. So funny.
I mean, I'm gonna get blasted, but I actually have never seen a full Fast and Furious movie.
If you're gonna watch one, watch Hobbs and Shaw.
Okay. Right.
You don't need to see the other 25. You could just watch Hobbs and Shaw.
That'll just compress all the best parts of it.
Hobbs and Shaw was so funny. I don't really care for the Psalm 1 part of it, but that's in me opinion. As a Psalm 1 person, I can say that. But the rest of it, hilarious.
Yeah.
So funny. That's why I tell women all the time, or women, femme presenting people, anyone else in between. If you love something, like it really doesn't matter what you love.
Yeah.
A terrible man is gonna hate you for it anyways. Love whatever you want, bitch.
Our society has just demonized so much of anything that appeals to girls and women for so long that I just feel like it's important to actively do the work of saying, you know, this is something that appeals to women that doesn't inherently make it bad. Yeah. And you're not, no matter what some like mad film bro on the internet tells you, you're not dumb or wrong for liking it, you know?
Period.
Like,
love that. I will say one more thing. Women and femme presenting people in general drive consumerism.
Absolutely.
They deem what's popular, man. You get the girlies on your side, you're going viral.
Oh,
Just ask me and J Stoops.
Yeah.
That's my point. So
I've had so many conversations with men who literally try to argue with me that, well, men make up the most of consumers. They buy the most movie theater tickets.
Incorrect.
Wrong.
Statistically speaking, I can confidently say you're wrong.
Exactly. No, literally.
That's why brands love when you have predominantly female-driven demographics. Because women buy shit.
Who around the world? You know.
Love that.
I think the queen said it best.
Perfect. Thank you so much to the wonderful Megan Cruzen, aka J Stoops, for joining me today. I absolutely adore you.
Dude,
you're so fun.
Can I tell you like how excited I was to come on here? Like I was like, I get to go hang out with Drew.
Love. Where can everybody find you?
I am on most of the places. I am some variation of J Stoops on most social media. TikTok, J Stoops. I'm on Instagram. I also like to tweet a lot. I've got myself in trouble on Twitter a little bit.
You and me both.
Yeah.
You and me both. I tweeted about peanut butter and jelly and I lit that place up.
Was it about Elvis?
No, but it should have been. Oh my god, I'm gonna start again. Actually, I did have one viral tweet about Elvis. That's so funny.
Your legacy is
Branding.
intact.
Branding. It stays consistent. Thank you so much to Jason for joining me today. Thank you so much for tuning into this episode. If you want to watch more full episodes of the Comment Section Show, they go live every Wednesday on the Past Your Bedtime YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe. Also, you can stream the Comment Section on all streaming platforms as
respect.
well. You know where to find your favorite gym bro.
Yeah, is that with the real pumpkin? That pumpkin's insane.
I'm like one of those people that I love to rest.
Shout out, G,
but I
man.
love
GG's,
to
man,
so it's like a really weird, like when I'm on set, I'm like, I just want to go on vacation. And then I'm on vacation, I'm like, I just want to be on set. And I'm like, maybe I'm just an unhappy person.
Research shows that 3 out of 4 podcast listeners give their favorite shows their full attention, which means people are actively listening. Imagine your ads seamlessly blended into an episode of a beloved podcast. Producing podcast ads on Spotify Ad Studio is easy. We'll produce the ads for you, completely free. All you need is an idea. Sounds good? Search online for Attention. That's ATTENTION to find out more.
Love comfy clothes that are mindfully made? Come check out Up West on Newberry Street in Boston, where you'll find soft organic cotton t-shirts, comfy shorts, and sustainably made swimwear for the warm days ahead. If you mention this ad, you'll receive 20% off your purchase just for saying hi. Comfy clothes, mindfully made. Visit Up West on Newberry Street in Boston and go to upwest.com.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another spooky season episode of the Comment Section Show. It's me, your favorite Batman. I made sure, and it's Batman. You can tell by my large picture.
Be back, boys.
Anyway, on to my guest for today, the one and only Johnny Sibley.
Hello.
Huge fan.
Thanks.
I'm a huge fan. We were talking to each other like we knew each other.
Yeah, because we do.
I was like, girl, how you been? And we've never met.
It feels so real.
It does.
It does, yeah.
Parasocial. It's so real, man. It's so real.
The connection is real.
And you're a star.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Thank
you are.
you.
You're a star. I'm an online jester, but you're
Honey.
a star.
No, you're a star. I mean, I was just telling you, obviously, we were talking about you yesterday in a room full of people, and they were all like, yes, we love her. So you're a star.
And all of them were me. You look and it's just me in the room. I'm like, oh my god. Thanks. I'm the one who asked you the question.
Yeah,
Who's
like,
your favorite creator?
You're like,
Answer correctly. Otherwise you hate women.
Yeah.
How you been? Miss TV star.
I'm, enjoying my vacation time. Hopefully it picks back up. I'm like one of those people that I love to rest, but I love to be busy.
Same.
So it's like a really weird, like when I'm on set, I'm like, I just want to go on vacation. And then I'm on vacation, I'm like, I just want to be on set. And I'm like, maybe I'm just an unhappy person.
What's your sign?
Virgo. Really?
Yeah, I swear.
Oh, that makes so much sense to me.
I've slandered Virgo men, however.
Well, yeah.
There's always an asterisk next to that.
I've heard Virgo men are the worst.
Truly they are.
I
Come
can't
straight
relate.
from the sewer. You know what I'm saying? Crawled right out, babe.
That's so funny. Anytime I like go on a date with a guy and I'm like, oh, I'm a Virgo, he's like, you don't want to be judged, huh?
Yeah, you know I won't forget anything, don't you? We're receipt keepers.
Oh.
We truly are.
Yeah.
We never forget anything. If I fight with my boyfriend and he like brings something up from like a past fight, I'm like, do we really want to go to past fights?
Do you want to pull it up? Because I have a
I'm like
fucking drawer.
Yeah, I'm like,
You know?
let's talk about January. No, for sure.
Yeah.
I have a couple complaints too. If you'd like to get into it, we can.
Any therapist would be like, don't do that. I'm
I
like,
know.
I'm sorry, but who started it?
My therapist reads me.
Yeah.
She really does. She be reading me.
I love that we're Virgos. Beyonce's a Virgo.
I know. The
And
only Virgo.
I always try and think like what what is Beyonce like when she's in an argument? Like, I
Oh, I
really,
would love to know.
you know what I mean? Like, I feel like she would be like receipts down. Like, this
Yeah.
woman watches every performance that she does and meticulously picks out the things that she wants to change.
Yeah.
I'm like,
There's no way that she's not running that argument like easily. She's like, no, I'll let you finish. Like a real Virgo thing. I'll just let you talk.
I love that. I'm like, yeah, no. Anyways.
I know my boyfriend sometimes he's like, when I'm talking to you, like if we're having a disagreement, he's like, I can literally tell that you're like waiting for me to finish so I can say something, and I'm like, listen.
Yeah, because I knew you were gonna say that. And I was ready for the response that I'm going to give you, because I've actually already had this argument in my head. And it's so funny that you're doing exactly what I thought you
I
were
think that's
gonna
so great that you brought that up. I really do. I have several points. I have some notes if you'd like to go over them.
I've got some notes about your notes.
Yeah.
Love us.
That's love that. Are you know it all? I am.
No, I would. I am, but I always say I only know one thing, is that I don't know enough. But it depends on who I'm talking to. Sometimes I'm like, honey, you gotta help me, you know?
Yeah, I was talking to my sister. We have a podcast too, and someone said like, what's something that's changed a lot since like from when you were younger to now with me in your life? I was like, I think like just general education, like as far as like being an ally. You know what I mean? She goes, I think it's you being a know-it-all. It's gotten a lot better. I don't know. I was like,
It's definitely hard. I mean, for me as a gay person, watching people my whole life, because I was so scared to interact.
Yeah.
I know a lot about human interaction and like lying and like all the things that I've watched people do from the shadows.
Yeah.
So now I'm like, no. Like sometimes a friend will be like, can you believe this guy did this to me? And I'm like, you just did that to someone last week. And they're like, yeah, but it's, I'm like, but it's you. So like, it's fine. I don't know.
Literally me.
I'm like, don't bring that over here if you're not, you know, your
Yeah.
side of the road ain't clean.
Exactly. That's me. That's my whole TikTok process. If we're being real, I'm
Which is
like.
why I.
That's why I'm always like, do you really want to talk about that? Are you sure? Are you sure?
It's so funny because people are like, LOL. I'm like, no, but literally, I'm on my couch, like, actually laughing. Like, sometimes I, like, LOL to people's texts, and I'm like, I'm not laughing at all. But, like,
Me too.
just seeing your face sometimes, like, when you're like, hey. I'm like,
I be scaring people. They're like, every time I get scared, I think I'm on the wrong side of TikTok.
oh my god, totally.
I
I'm
never
like,
see content like
what
that.
is this video? And then there you are. And I'm like, oh, I'm safe.
One of my creator friends told me that they found me because they kept getting videos of mine, but they didn't realize they were mine because my name is like gender neutral. So they were like, I thought it was a man, and I was like, is this straight guy on my like this bigot on my For You page? And then I finally like watched it past like 10 seconds, and then I saw you and I was like, oh, okay, that makes more sense.
That's also so funny. 10 seconds is not a long time.
No,
like,
it isn't.
The girls are scrolling.
And as soon as you see the like joke, you're like, immediately. You know what I mean? Immediately.
The joke.
Yeah, the joke. I love to joke too. I forget why I brought this up the other day, but I was talking about an old video I posted like last year, and I was defending my friend Tess Holiday. So I love Tess too, and so I was defending her and sent that guy right back to hell where he came from, right? And he spun out, lost his mind. But his whole thing about her was like, I was just making observations. I wasn't even being rude. That's not true.
Yeah.
You're medically diagnosing someone you don't even know. So that's called being rude.
Yeah.
But I said, if that's the case, like, I was making observations too.
Yeah.
Like I said, you had small calves, small feet. I also made an observation.
Small calves are like a pandemic in the straight male society.
They can't stand it.
I'm like, ooh, maybe. I go to the gym and I'm like, uh-oh. It's a ping pong paddle.
It's a truly an Achilles for them. They are never ready for that joke. Like, the calves, and it's also like, if you tell them, like, if they were like a big gym bro guy, and you tell them, are you like more of a physique dude, so long board shorts guy, that means they got weak legs. That's a tip for all you girlies out there. If they wear long board shorts, they're insecure about the thighs.
But my favorite is that they're like, oh, you know, one, they like don't want to work out legs because that's gay.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything goes back to being gay. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, or they want their dick to look bigger, so they don't want to grow their legs.
T. Oh my god, I never thought about that.
They're like, no, big legs makes your dick look smaller. I'm like,
oh. That's a read. You read yourself in. Yeah, babe, the library's open. Oh my god, I never thought about that.
Yeah. It's like, honey, big legs, you gotta be able to.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what and girls like that. Yeah, they like that. That's what they're trying to
move me, move a fridge, like
anything in between.
Right, exactly.
I agree. I think that it's attractive no matter what. But that's why with them, yeah, they always focus on the upper half. But they also feel so inclined to comment on other people's bodies. But they don't like when I comment on theirs. That's strange.
Yeah, well, because they've never had to deal with that.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, it's different when like one of their boys say it because you're like,
yeah,
I love him. And like, if being gay was okay, I would be. But when a woman tells you like, how fucking dare you, woman?
Yeah.
Like,
that's why I'm like, me, a mere woman. How could I ever comment?
How could I ever see exactly who you are?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why I said I got under that skin. That's why when I made that video about that guy, he tried to like mobilize like the gym bro community. They're my biggest fans. They really are. At this point, they're fans, babe. But like, they hate me, especially Australian ones.
Really?
Oh, babe, I've kicked that hornet's nest so hard. I don't know what.
That feels racist as well.
It is truly. It truly is. So I made a video once about this terrible Australian dude. He just so happened to be Australian. I've made many about them. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. But I said, what the f*** is in the water in Australia? Like, why are so many of them so misogynistic? I don't understand. And some guy told me I was being racist. I said, babe.
Towards men or?
No, towards Australians.
Oh my god.
I said, babe.
Yeah.
You gotta learn the difference between nationality and...
You also have to like find words that mean things for what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like they're like racist. They're like short circuiting. Like,
yeah, my sister literally goes, you can't just say things.
Yeah.
Just because you say it doesn't mean it's true.
But that's the thing. Men can say things.
And they do.
And they get away with it, and that's why you're so important. Because it's so true. Like they're like, wait, someone's disagreeing with me. It's like, yeah, that's literally our entire existence. Like, I'm in pain. Are you sure?
Yeah, literally.
You know, man up. Like, honey, man up.
Yeah,
girl.
man up.
I don't want to man up.
Yeah, well, even if I did, I don't think I'd ask you. That's what I always say. I don't think you're the person to seek counsel from.
Oh my god, that's the thing that men are empowered in this world to be psychologists, to be doctors. You know, I'm just logic. I'm logic.
That's what I said. Men are some of the most emotional creatures in the world. They really are.
Yeah.
Just look at any dude who hates me on TikTok. Go ahead and scroll through it, and you tell me who's more emotional.
Yeah.
Me or them.
But also secret fans, I think.
They are.
I wonder if there's any guy out there that's like has watched your videos and he's like, you know what? She's right, and I'm changing.
You know what's funny? I posted a semi-serious video the other day because I was talking about like there's always like every like 3 to 6 months they check back in with me. Have you guys thought about the fact that she's probably just a mean person?
Yeah.
I am a mean person.
That's my favorite thing. You're like, honey, I'm not trying to hide that.
I literally have said, at least I'm honest. You're out here talking about like being nice to people. I'm not. I'm not nice to you for sure. That's true. Yes, you're right. I've never once said I was nice. I say that all the time. But I was like, every 3 to 6 months they check in with me, start the discourse again, Groundhog's Day, every time. And so then when I have to go over it again, I literally made a video and I'm like, I always think to myself, why don't you ever think about why do people like me so much? Why have I united so many different people? Because it's not just women that follow me. So it's not, none of my followers feel the same, none of them come from the same backwards, like they're all very cool. The common thread we all share is a violently negative experience with a man. And that's on you. And I find that ironic that you can't think to yourself, why do people find community with her? And I was like, you know, I compare it to like a situation being sexually aroused or just in general is sensitive.
They're insignificant in my life. Goes around. It will. I told you it will.
And I was like, so I did that video. It did really well.
And in the same recording, there's a discussion about the number of people running for sheriff, and this is the response
Right?
from the
And he's like,
commission.
I just don't agree with the way you should do it. I wouldn't do it that way. And so I always told them don't. Like, no one's forcing you to do that. Yeah, I was like, I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Yeah. Well, my favorite is also like people that like to backtrack after the fact. Like people that get on, and they're like, and they like say stuff, and then people are like, you're an idiot, and they're like,
Now, keep in here, other media
"I'm-
outlets
why is that so mean? Like, I'm like, you opened your mouth, you opened your big mouth, your big grown mouth, and you think that no one's gonna have any on the internet of all places, like,
And on TikTok of all places, the most like visceral out there is like, you do one embarrassing thing, they're gonna eat
through their respective
it.
office. I
So
will
like,
not stand idly by while this takes place. I'm also saying
I had a video that I posted of me like dancing in front of like protesters. Or yeah, like just taking back my power with my iced coffee in hand. And a gay kid wrote on the thing, and he was like, "You got the eight
Entertains accusers are now crowdfunding to sue him. These three women are based in the UK and actually filed abuse and sexual assault
But then he
complaints on him back
commented
in
again, and I was like,
2015, with him eventually being arrested twice.
And today I don't have anything to do, so we'll get my And I was just like, honey, don't bully people if you have videos of you dancing like this, and then it's like, him not on beat. But and people are like, well, so you're gonna bully him back? I'm like, absolutely, absolutely. I don't know where you guys think that because someone either has a following or that I'm gonna be the bigger person. Like, no, ain't nobody paying me to be the bigger person. So I'm also gonna make a fool out of this person so that y'all know it could be you next. Because I spent way too much of my life allowing people to say things to me and like, I'm gonna just walk around. No, sometimes you gotta.
Yeah,
His
exactly.
had to say he has denied the allegations these women have levied at him in the past. And
That's
of
why I'm
course,
like,
he's also denied the sex
you have
trafficking
more of a problem
allegations
with the reaction than
media
the
for which he's
actual
currently under
stuff.
investigation and
That's
house
on
arrest.
you.
And then Nintendo's on the
do,
warpath
like,
again,
this
this
one.
time with copyright bringing down the hammer on a large
Oh
video
my
game
God,
creator by
I
the name of
can't
Micro
stand it, but,
makes
like,
content about
he always
Nintendo
makes
games.
videos about
Before his
making
video
games
showing a
and
multiplayer
stuff.
mod
But
from the
someone
wild being
wrote
hit
in, like,
copyright
comment
claim.
section
Micro then challenged them. Nintendo responded by instantly going nuclear and escalating into copyright strikes. There's a whole legal process that means that lawyers had to get involved. And rather than submitting one strike against these four videos, they stretched them out to 2 strikes. So the key thing is 3 strikes and you're out. Micro's channel has also been hit with serious restrictions. And since then, Nintendo's claimed another 20 plus videos from his channel, and it's not just Zelda. From Micro's perspective, this doesn't make any sense. The videos in question, which included both vanilla and modded versions of Nintendo games, followed Nintendo guidelines, making him and others feel like Nintendo's enforcement of its rules is sporadic and unclear. Beyond being protected by fair use, Nintendo's content guidelines also allows for his content via Let's Plays and other creative
It's
use.
like you go so far past
You might argue that
you know what I'm saying? Like, you sprinted so far past, you did a circle back. Yeah. I mean, we arrived at the same destination. I think you just have a different take on it. But I was like, I can't believe, like, you wrote this out. I'm like, that doesn't make you sick to your stomach.
You cannot make videos in it,
Yeah,
and you
it's like,
cannot otherwise broadcast
I'm gonna kill her if she says something to me.
Yeah, and that goes back to your point of saying like men watch, men see, and men experience, and they do nothing about it.
Yeah, and the same thing happens to the gay community as
He also
well.
lays out how, and this is a very key
Watch
thing,
it happen.
even if he's in the right and wants to appeal to Nintendo's DMCA claims, it might cost him millions to fight that risks my channel.
Want to get
My
involved,
livelihoods
but
and the
for
livelihoods
some reason, when you
Right, with all this, it's led some to suggest that Nintendo here, they're just retaliating against him for publicly releasing the Breath of the Wild multiplayer mod. You have people saying if the mod is the issue, sue him directly, but if you're all of a sudden going after his YouTube channel, that's just this weird separate thing. Well, in the gaming community, this has gotten a lot of attention. People solo videos on it, people like Voice Critical speaking on it, particularly annoyed by the situation, talking about how Nintendo really only
you know what I
consistent
mean? Like, RIP to a real one.
You can also see that people
It's like we lost another one, boys.
Nintendo
Like, all
historically
these
just does
things.
Nintendo
It's such a
and doesn't
bummer,
listen
but
to anybody.
I
Also, at the end of the day, I think it's clear
That's what I always say. I'm
Nintendo
like, girl,
doesn't
you on
listen.
your
One,
own,
because
then,
they
like,
don't genuinely
Sometimes
care
it's
about the
Titanic,
creator
there's
community
only
that's
enough
built
like
around
that.
Nintendo, and two, people are still gonna buy the fucking game. They've got
Baby, learn how to
heroin in
swim.
video
I don't know what to
games.
tell
They
you.
got us when we were kids. I played The Legend of Zelda, I think when I was 5, which means Nintendo's had their hooks in me for 32 years. And rightfully or wrongly, they see anything that they are not behind immediately as a threat that needs to be squashed. I often think it's wrongly. The situation is as it is, and we'll see how it develops. And then Gideon got arrested while live streaming. For last week, he
you're
tweeted
my
that he had a warrant for
man.
his arrest in
You said
Houston.
so
He kind of
cool.
started trolling the Houston police, almost daring them to arrest him for the warrant being criminal
You know what I mean?
trespassing,
I
seemingly
don't know.
connected
That
to a
is
prank
a
video that he did with
Jezebel.
another
Yeah,
creator. He interrupted
that
the
happens
professor's
everywhere
class
though.
for
Like I
missing
feel
the
like
love for
there's
her,
gay
but
men that
she
are like,
clearly did not
yeah,
want them
but
there and
at
called
least
either
you
security
give
and the
some, like,
police to
kind
get
of-
them out of her class. So we ended up seeing with Julian going live over the weekend. Seemingly he got pulled over for speeding, and then boom,
Once he wants my name.
Stand up.
I talked about that with
one
the
yet.
class.
And it's ridiculous because I cut one yesterday, but I want to make a video for you guys.
also saying at one point that he gets pulled over a lot, but the officer eventually getting him out of the car and bringing up the warrant.
I'm just gonna give you a warning, but they want to place a hold, so you got to come with me. If you put your phone in your pocket, man, I'm gonna have to put you in handcuffs.
With all that
All
leading
of
to
a
the
sudden they're
best
like
moment
the
of this
most
live stream,
aggressive
Julian asking the officer a
ally
question.
in the world. And it's nothing but performative to the
And a little after you see the officer cuff him and Julian closing the stream, though he since posted on his Instagram story suggesting he's free now. What interesting times we live in. And then, are you happy with the state of streaming right now? And I ask because according to new surveys, half of people say they pay too much for streaming, and 1/3 say they plan on cutting back on how many services they subscribe to. In fact, many say they've already made changes to their subscription habits, with 47% saying they made the change because of their current economic conditions. This including canceling a service to save money, switching to a free ad-supported version of a service, or bundling services. With
And the
roughly
conflict.
60% of households using a free ad-supported version of a streaming
And I'm like,
service. And on average, American
ew,
consumers make
men
$8
will
per
get
month on video
online and
subscriptions. Also, a key
perform
thing is that there are different
the
habits for
bare
different
minimum.
generations.
Like, will
Millennials on
perform
average
being
spend
a
the
good
most on monthly
boyfriend,
streaming
but they won't
services, but they also
actually
churn
be
through
a
those
good
subscriptions
Yeah,
at the
they're
highest
like-
rate and
they're
are more likely to
cosplaying.
cancel
It's
subscriptions for
so
gaming and music.
weird.
Half
Like,
millennials and Gen Z
POV,
say they prefer
I'm actually
user-generated
listening.
video feeds to
I'm
streaming,
also
specifically
like,
knowing
how
that those
cringe,
apps are
like,
free,
just
convenient,
imagine
and
that
easy to
camera
cater to their
flopped
interests. So
up
who knows
on
what the hell
the,
the
you know,
future
probably
streaming
on
is
a
going to
book,
look
because he
like. With the
probably
rise
doesn't
of
have a
Netflix and
roommate
other
or anything.
Or a stand.
He's just like,
Alright, stream, just give me a minute.
his roommate comes in, he's like, dude, what are you doing?
Give me a
He's
minute.
like,
Yeah, I'm capping.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Dude, I'm gonna do my thing real quick.
Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. He's like, oh, sorry.
gay.
He's like, talking. What? He's like, I thought you were at work. Oh my god, I can't put my contact when you're here. Sometimes you're talking about me and I'm roaming freely in the capital city.
And very soon, I might say, the outside world will have no idea what is going on.
Now we have it.
Because I have to like
speak to you
take, I
over
might
WhatsApp.
take that
So
line
what I will
again.
do, so we will not
Yeah,
be
well,
able to have
fine,
this
but
conversation.
yeah, I want
You
you
need to be ready.
Does he ever like,
The way
I
it's going
feel
right
like I'm
now,
chuckling, like,
doesn't look like
Yeah, sometimes he'll come out and I'm like, do you want to watch it? He goes, I listened to the whole thing.
For Rita,
I'm like,
this means she'll have to enjoy these days in isolation. She usually lives with her 15-year-old
Yeah,
son.
sometimes he'll send me when
He's at a relative's house. He was meant to
He
return
sources
home
for me all
on
the
the day
time.
the
He
fighting
really does.
started,
He's out there.
but he couldn't safely
He
travel
really,
across
yeah,
the
he sends
city.
me out there.
I'm not
He'll
sure
tell
if
me,
I can see my son again.
what's that?
I called
Found.
my mother friend where my son is staying and I
And
asked
I made a
about
bunch
him.
of silly ass jokes.
And they told me he's okay. He's sleeping, but he's sleeping under the bed, so it seems that he's afraid.
Emmanuel Akinwotu,
Turns out that was right. Shot in the dark, babe, and I got him. I literally shot in the dark, bullseye, immediately. I was like, he made like 10 videos after that. Like, my favorite part about them figuring out that I stitched them is like it's almost like the stages of grief that they go through. So like that.
You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News. Bus ridership is picking up again after a COVID drop, but it's still far below where it was 3 years ago, and even lower than it was 30 years ago. So Stephen Masada and Carly Berlin at the Gulf States Newsroom hopped on a bus in New Orleans. They wanted to better understand why travelers might be choosing other ways to get where they're going. That was our bus? So we just missed our bus. Okay, before we get into how our bus ride challenge went, we should explain the goal.
Yeah, so a while back I was talking to the former head of New Orleans Transit Agency, Alex Wiggins, and he told me about how much better the city's bus system was when he was growing up here in the 70s.
Well, I just remember walking out to a bus stop, and no matter what, within 10 to 15 minutes, something's coming.
Like, he could get from his house all the way across town to this old amusement park in 1 hour, using just buses and the ferry.
I literally, as a kid, remember getting in trouble because we got home at like 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. But we all did it on public transit.
So we decided to recreate that bus route to compare Wiggins' childhood transit memories to the 2023 bus reality.
And 1 hour was the time to beat.
All right, now we go. Now, the first bus goes great.
But then, shoot, okay. Ferry's not running.
So we wait for a shuttle to take us across the Mississippi River instead.
Now, New Orleans has struggled to build back its transit system ever since Hurricane Katrina. which means service has gotten a lot worse for riders like Rihanna Bickham.
I've been on the bus since 7. Well, trying to get to work since 7, so. Since 7 this morning? Since 7 this morning. And I work like right across from here. Right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Bickham usually commutes to the French Quarter, but with no ferry and no clear sign saying what bus to take instead, she got really turned around and missed half her workday.
This has been my #1 form of transportation. And today it was just like, it let me down a little bit. It let me down just a little.
As for us, we eventually made it to the other side of the river, hopped on a streetcar before taking our final bus.
And on that loud last ride, some big New Orleans bus news actually dropped online. They shared their proposed route for this hot thing in transportation right now, Bus Rapid Transit.
Now, Bus Rapid Transit's really a fancy catch-all name for things like priority bus lanes. Dozens of transit agencies across the country are either trying it or expanding it. The selling point is getting something closer to the speed of a rail system without having to pay for one. Would this have sped up our route?
I think so. I think it's pretty fair to say. But BRT doesn't solve a lot of the problems that haunt transit agencies today, like a shortage of bus drivers. More Americans own cars and work at home.
Yeah, but at least it would have made today's ride a lot faster.
Final time is 1 hour, 57 minutes, 15 seconds.
We were not even close to our 1 hour goal. Are we gonna take the bus back?
I feel like I need to eat some lunch.
Okay, Uber.
Yeah, maybe
Uber.
so.
Okay, I'll put on my phone. A lot more expensive than the bus. $25.
Also a lot faster, just 22 minutes. For NPR News, I'm Carly Berlin.
And I'm Stephen Bisaha in New Orleans.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News. This is 90.9 WBUR. Raw weather continues into the night. Eventually tonight, rain clouds should move out. We should wake up to clear skies tomorrow. Overnight lows about 51. Tomorrow shouldn't get too much warmer than that. Highs of about 57. Should be sunny though. And then Wednesday, sunny, breezy. Temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. It's 5:48. We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Cambridge School of Culinary Arts in Porter Square, with cooking and baking workshops, technique and regional cuisine series, and cooking couples classes. CambridgeCulinary.com. Red Sox lost their final game of the series with the Angels today at Fenway 5-4. The loss caused the Red Sox to fall below 500. Marathon results coming up here at 90.9 WBUR.
WBUR supporters include the Worcester Art Museum, with Frontiers of Impressionism, featuring works by over 30 artists, including Monet, Renoir, Cassatt, and more. Now open, worcesterart.org.
I'm Tiziana Deering. Tomorrow on Radio Boston, Boston City Councilor Kenzie Bach is the next head of the Boston Housing Authority, and that means she'll serve about 60,000 of the city's most vulnerable people. But advocates for affordable housing say it is chronically underfunded. So what's first on her agenda? That's Radio Boston, tomorrow at 11, only on 90.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR news station.
This is 90.9 WBUR. I'm Lisa Mullins. The 127th Boston Marathon is now in the books. Evans Chebet of Kenya won the men's race for a second year in a row. He topped world record holder Eliud Kipchoge, who finished 6th in his first Boston Marathon today. Kenyan Helen Obiri won the women's race for the first time. In the wheelchair division, Marcel Hook of Switzerland won the men's race, his 6th Boston title. American Susanna Scavroni won her first Boston title, despite having to make a pit stop to tighten her wheel. And while the racers had to deal with wind and rain, that didn't keep thousands of people from cheering on the marathoners today. WBUR's Andrea Perdomo Hernandez introduces us to two women who were determined to keep the energy high for runners and spectators.
In a sea of spectators wearing raincoats or holding umbrellas, two women dressed in green cheerleader outfits whoop and cheer as they shake their pom-poms at people who pass them by on Boylston Street. Luisa Maria Hernandez says it's the second year in a row she and her friend have dressed up for the marathon.
We just want to cheer people on. We think it's amazing that they're like just using their bodies to run this, and the city comes together, and we wanted to be a part of it.
Hernandez's friend Claire McCowan says this is a special day for the pair as well.
This is our favorite day of the year.
It's our friend's anniversary.
It's our friend anniversary.
The two say they knew each other but didn't really become friends until last year's marathon. Each came in their own costume. McCowan says they learned a lot about each other through that experience.
Like, what are your interests? Are you okay making a fool of yourself? It's a lot there.
Yeah. Are you willing to wear a cheer costume in public even though you can't even do a cartwheel?
Hernandez says today the two found themselves cheering on their fellow spectators, some who came from across the country or even overseas.
That's a big feat to like take what you're doing for your day and be a part of something bigger. And I think for us, we're just excited to be able to say like, thank you for being here. You deserve this too.
The two are making plans to cheer on Paris Marathon runners in person next year. For 90.9 WBUR, I'm Andrea Perdomo Hernandez.
Jazz pianist Ahmad Jamal died Sunday at the age of 92. Jamal helped define American jazz during his 8 decades of performances. Even Miles Davis took cues from him early on in his career. Carrie Michelle has this appreciation.
Ahmad Jamal was a bit of a cipher. Cagey about his name, fond of wearing shades in the daytime, revealing only what he wished in his music and in his life.
People get after me, Karen, because if I may, because I say there's no such thing as a creative person. This business of, we don't create a fly or a raindrop or a snowflake, but we can reflect creativity. And when we reflect creativity, we discover. And that's the whole thing about life, discovery. And that's where I live for, discovery.
That discovery began when he was just 3 years old in Pittsburgh, where he was born on July 2nd, 1930, named Frederick Russell Jones.
My mother's piano, I walked by it, and my Uncle Lawrence said, "Can you do that, what I'm doing?" And Uncle was quite surprised that I played everything he played, and the rest is history.
By the time he was 20, he'd been a touring musician and become Ahmad Jamal. Jamal shows me a photograph of the place of what he calls his birth.
This is the oldest mosque in the United States where I went to study. I studied at this mosque in Chicago.
It's in Chicago that he had a jazz club, and before he was 30, a hit record, Poinciana. It stayed on the charts for 108 weeks.
I just knew that we had something of value. I had the feeling that it was going to be a success. Not to the extent that, of course, you can't be that clairvoyant.
Still, jazz critics weren't convinced of the seriousness, the merits of Jamal's chops, dismissing him as a cocktail pianist. They weren't fighting words. As Jamal said, he wasn't playing jazz.
I don't think you'll ever find anywhere in the, quote, Bible unquote. Duke Ellington called himself, I'm a jazz player. He's an American classicist, that's what he was. That's what I am.
Jamal played and released new recordings well into his 80s, increasingly performing his own compositions and continuing to influence younger players. MacArthur Award-winning pianist Jason Moran among them.
I think Ahmad is timeless in a way that almost doesn't age. So there's something about how he perforates the music, the air that he kind of infuses into it, that always allows for the contemporary listener, no matter what decade they're in, to kind of fit themselves inside, or have a moment to digest a crazy phrase he just played, you know?
When we last spoke at his bucolic home with a creek and a waterfall out back, Jamal was healthy, vibrant, watched his diet. We'd stopped talking long enough for a snack. Then I asked him about the inevitable, death.
You can't take anything with you. Only that's going there is what did you do? What did you do? That's all that's going in there. Because paradise and hell begin right here, in my opinion. I've experienced both. A little bit, just a little bit. I hope I can experience a whole lot of paradise in this world and in the hereafter. Believe me.
May it be so. For NPR News, I'm Karen Michelle.
Thank you for listening to All Things Considered from NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Keeper, a password manager designed to keep passwords secure and protect against cyber attacks. Websites and app logins are accessible across devices and passwords are shareable. More at keepersecurity.com. From Peacock with the new original series Mrs. Davis, about the world's most powerful artificial intelligence and the nun devoted to destroying her. From Tara Hernandez and Damon Lindelof. Streams April 20th on Peacock. And from Bank of America, offering access to resources and digital tools designed to help local to global companies make moves for their businesses. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/bankingforbusiness.
Tomorrow morning here at 90.9 WBUR, the Fox versus Dominion trial begins. Checks and balances at the U.S. Supreme Court, and buses as batteries in Beverly. All that, plus it's tax day when you wake up tomorrow at 90.9 WBUR. Red Sox lost their final game of the series with the Angels today at Fenway Park 5-4. The loss caused the Red Sox to fall back to 500. And first night of the playoffs for the Boston Bruins is tonight. The Bees will take on the Florida Panthers at the Garden. The puck drops at 7:30. This is 90.9 WBUR. 54 degrees now in Boston at 5:59.
I'm WBUR Arts and Culture reporter Cristina Guerra, and this is 90.9 WBUR FM Boston, 92.7 WPUH Tisbury, and 89.1 WPUH Brewster. Listen anytime with our app or at WBUR.org. WBUR, Boston's NPR news station.
Today in the 127th Boston Marathon, Kenyon swept the top two spots. Evans Chibet became the first man to win 2 consecutive Boston Marathons in 15 years. Helen Obiri won the women's race, only the second marathon she's ever run. The unexpected results and records broken coming up. This is All Things Considered. Good evening, I'm Lisa Mullins. Also ahead, why did fighting break out over the weekend in Sudan, and what's at stake? The EPA has released new emissions rules that strongly suggest making the switch to electric vehicles. That's led a lot of consumers to wonder if they should buy an EV now or wait.
One reason to wait is because there are just going to be more EVs on the market. Something that can sort of fit
in every garage, every driveway, as long as you have a place to charge it.
These stories and Wall Street numbers are coming up. It's 6:01.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Jack Spear. The FBI has arrested 2 people in New York for allegedly operating an unofficial police station in Lower Manhattan for the Chinese government. Justice Department officials say it's part of a broader effort by China to target Chinese dissidents in the U.S. More from NPR's Ryan Lucas.
The 2 defendants, both U.S. citizens, are charged with obstruction of justice and conspiring to act as an agent of the Chinese government. According to court papers, the pair set up an undeclared police station for China's Ministry of Public Security in the heart of New York City's Chinatown in early 2022. Here's the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Breon Peace.
The defendant's actions under the direction of the Chinese government are flagrant violations of American sovereignty.
In a separate case, the Justice Department also unveiled charges against 40 Chinese security officials for allegedly using fake social media accounts to harass Chinese dissidents in the United States. Ryan Lucas, NPR News, Washington.
Former President Donald Trump's civil trial for sexual assault and defamation will proceed next week. NPR's Ilya Maritz reports a federal judge has turned down Trump's request for a delay.
Trump's accuser is E. Jean Carroll, a writer who says Trump raped her in the changing room of a Manhattan department store in the mid-1990s. She filed suit last year after a change in the law allowing plaintiffs to delay the trial by a month, saying the publicity around Trump's recent criminal indictment for allegedly falsifying business records could make it hard to select an impartial jury. In rejecting Trump's motion, the judge noted that Trump himself has driven more media coverage by posting to social media and giving interviews. Trump denies he assaulted Carroll. Ilya Maritz, NPR News, New York.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is back at work at the Capitol today. The Kentucky Republican has been recovering for more than a month after a fall at a hotel that resulted in a concussion and fractured rib. NPR's Susan Davis says more.
McConnell returns just as the Senate is debating whether to make an accommodation for another senator with medical issues. Democrats need Republican support for their plan to temporarily replace California Democrat Dianne Feinstein, who's recovering from shingles, on the Judiciary Committee. Her absence has stalled many of President Biden's judicial nominees. It's unclear when Feinstein can return to Washington. McConnell has not yet said whether he will support Democrats' request. Also returning to the Senate is Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman, who sought inpatient treatment for 6 weeks to address clinical depression. Fetterman said the care he received changed his life. Susan Davis, NPR News, Washington.
Head of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, says the battle between the U.S. and China over global trade is threatening to fragment the world economy into rival blocs. Lagarde warning today economic data going back more than 120 years shows geopolitical risks invariably lead to higher inflation. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 100 points. This is NPR.
This is 90.9 WBUR in Boston. I'm Lisa Mullins. The 127th Boston Marathon today has featured a back-to-back championship and a record-breaking finish. The winner of the men's division for the second year in a row was Evans Chebet of Kenya. Helen Obiri of Kenya was running her first Boston Marathon and only her second marathon ever, and she won. The physical and psychological trauma caused by the marathon bombings 10 years ago looms large for many in Boston. But for some in the crowd today, it was also a day of healing. Liz McClellan was born and raised in Boston. She says tonight is going to be for celebrating.
Plenty of time to get home, but it's just, Boston's alive, and it's just a very healing spirit, especially this being the 10th anniversary. It's just really a healing energy that the runners share with us, and we share with them. So nobody's running alone, and nobody's watching alone.
Today's weather wasn't ideal for marathoning, but it's better than it could have been. That's according to Boston EMS Chief James Hooley.
Compared to the effects of heat, that's usually much worse. On the warmer days, these tents would have been much more crowded. All these beds would have been full.
Hooley says as of 3 this afternoon, EMS only had to transport 3 runners due to exhaustion. That compares to the hot race day in 2012 when they had 84 transports. A complete list of today's Boston Marathon winners with WBUR's Alex Ashlock in about 15 minutes. The Jewish Holocaust Day of Remembrance, Yom HaShoah, begins this evening. The Jewish Community Relations Council commemorated the day yesterday with an event at Faneuil Hall. The council's chief operating officer, Erica Daniels-Strader, says that events like these are especially important amid a rise in anti-Semitism.
I don't think we have any
making illusions about eradicating anti-Semitism and hate in this moment. It's about education, it's about allyship, and it's about trying to sit at the table and engage people in nuanced conversations and listen.
The Anti-Defamation League reported nearly 3,700 anti-Semitic incidents nationwide last year, the highest number on record. Bars near the TD Garden are gearing up for tonight's Bruins playoff game against the Florida Panthers. The Harp is right across the street from the Garden. Manager Rob Guest says the Boston team's success in the postseason is great business well into June.
It's kind of a gloomy day today, but we still expect a decent crowd here to watch the game. As we get further on in the playoffs, it gets absolutely nuts in here. We have, all the tables taken. We're at standing room capacity, and it's just a fun vibe.
The puck drops at 7:30 tonight. Red Sox lost their final game of the series with the Angels today at Fenway, 5-4. And in the forecast, raw through the evening hours. Eventually tonight, rain clouds should move out. We should wake up to clear skies and sunshine tomorrow. Temperatures in the mid-50s, that is, about 57 degrees. This is 90.9 WBUR. It's 6:07.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Eric and Wendy Schmidt through the Schmidt Family Foundation, working together to create a just world where all people have access to renewable energy, clean air and water, and healthy food. On the web at theschmidt.org.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Elsa Chang.
And I'm Scott Detrow in Washington. Today marks the third day of intense fighting in Sudan. In the capital, Khartoum, and around the country, citizens are hiding in their homes to avoid airstrikes and machine gun fire. At the center of the conflict are Sudan's army and a powerful paramilitary group known as the Rapid Support Force, or RSF. To understand the fighting, you have to go back to 2021, when they worked together to orchestrate a coup. Now the generals leading these two armed factions, former allies, are at war over which should lead the country's defense as Sudan transitions back to a civilian-led government. And both sides are demanding surrender. Cameron Hudson is here to tell us more about the conflict. He is a senior associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies Africa program and served as a special envoy to Sudan during the Obama administration. Welcome to All Things Considered.
Thanks for having me.
So let's start with the two groups at the center of this conflict. We have the Army and the RSF. Tell us about the Army first. Who is in charge, and what is their claim on leadership?
Well, their claim on leadership is really that they've led the country for the better part of the last 50 years. It's a military general named Abdel Fattah al-Burhan who took over the country essentially when the longtime dictator Omar al-Bashir was removed from power back in 2019. He has been essentially running the country for a period of that time. There was a civilian transition that he was working with, but as you said, in 2021 there was a coup that removed the civilian prime minister. And for the better part of the last 16 months, they've been negotiating the conditions under which a new civilian prime minister could return to office.
And what do we need to know about the RSF to understand their motivations?
Well, the RSF are a militia group, a mercenary outfit. They emerged from the remnants of the Janjaweed Arab militia, which people will remember terrorized Darfuri civilians for a long time during the conflict there. They were given title and a kind of normalized role in the security services of the country by Omar al-Bashir, essentially as a counterweight to the Sudan Armed Forces. We've seen the RSF grow very powerful over the last decade because they've been a mercenary army selling their services to the Saudis in Yemen or in Libya and other places. They also control large areas of gold mining operations in the north of the country, so they've become very rich, and with that wealth they've been able to recruit an army of as many as 100,000 people, which now rivals the power and the strength of the Sudan Armed Forces.
And who's in charge of the RSF? What do we need to know?
The commander in charge of the RSF is a General Hamdan Dagalo, otherwise known as Hemeti, his nom de guerre. He is formerly a camel herder. He's reputed to have been illiterate until very recently. I think the military has tried to paint him as a kind of rube, from the peripheral areas, tried to disparage him as a fighter and as a leader, and really kind of keep the RSF at a distance, suggesting that they are not fit to govern the country.
Sudan has seen political violence before and military coups before. What's different here?
Well, I think the difference violence now, and the most dangerous element is that this conflict is taking place in cities across the country. This fundamental tension in Sudan for decades has been this tension between the center, the capital, and the peripheral areas, where the capital has been ruled by kind of Arab elites and lesser tribes have been repressed all throughout the country. This is now being looked upon as an opportunity for those repressed kind of rural areas to rise up and to bring the violence to the capital. The problem is, of course, that this is playing out in a city of 5 million people in Khartoum, where civilian casualties are at great risk and where civilian infrastructure can be easily destroyed, and frankly, where urban dwellers don't have the kind of coping mechanisms that rural dwellers do if water gets cut off or electricity gets cut off or they can't get to the market to buy provisions. So it's a real problem for the civilians that are inhabiting and watching their city be destroyed.
Cameron Hudson of the Center for Strategic and International Studies, thanks so much.
Thank you.
And coming up in a few minutes, David Bridle is filing for bankruptcy.
Alright, bro, I'm so down to play some Apex right now too. If I gotta be honest, and if I gotta express myself right now, I'm whimsically stoned right now. So that's gonna be the thumbnail. Whimsically stoned. Text to speech. Maybe I should freaking download Photoshop. I should download video.
When you are in a party, press enter to
catch up
chat.
with people doing JoJo edits. JoJo edits, I think would sound pretty silly. I'm gonna look forward to playing with my dog soon. And we're gonna let the dogs inside of us also step out. Look at this dude's this dude's serious freaking dramatic ass. Peace out, boys. Let me be back in a minute. Oh my god, I abandon my stream all the time.
You have this incredible performance. These cars are posting 0 to 60 times that would have made a muscle car make it onto the cover of Road and Track 15 years ago. And, they're family vehicles. You might save some money on fuel costs as well. That's different depending upon the car and depending upon the region of the country. But in general, you'll probably save some money on fuel. So there are all these great things about the cars themselves, but you have to have some money in order to do so. There are only a couple of inexpensive EVs on the market.
Okay, well, besides purchase price, what would be other reasons to potentially wait before getting an electric vehicle?
One reason to wait is because there's just going to be more EVs on the market. GM is coming out with some affordable EVs. Another reason to wait might be if you don't have a place to charge an EV, either at home, if you have to get a charger installed, or if you're trying to drive somewhere where there just isn't an adequate charging infrastructure. And that's something that there are also going to be massive investments in. The more EVs that are guaranteed to hit the market, well, that means that there are going to have to be more places for them to be plugged in to charge while on a road trip.
Well, what if you're out there and you're thinking to yourself, maybe I should buy a used EV? What are the trade-offs?
The biggest trade-off is that there just aren't that many used EVs. EVs are only about a little more than 5% of the new car market now, and they were way less than that last year and the year before. The good news is that for the first time, buyers of used EVs, as long as they meet certain income thresholds, can get a tax credit of up to $4,000. But that's only if you buy a car from a dealership, and that's only if it's a one-owner vehicle, but it hasn't already been resold. So the car can only get that tax credit once.
Now, you mentioned tax credits. Of course, tax credits are going to be a factor in the decision for a lot of people, and the government is planning to make an announcement on which actual vehicle models qualify for specific tax credits this year. Can you explain more about that? What exactly is EV, and how can people shopping for cars currently navigate through all of that?
This was kind of a weird year for the EV tax credit because a lot of things changed and kept changing. Starting on April 18th, the $7,500 tax credit is going to be divided into two parts. So for the first half, at least 50% of a vehicle's battery components have to be produced or assembled in North America. For the second half, at least 40% of the critical minerals used in the battery must be extracted or processed in the U.S., or they have to come from a country that's a U.S. Free Trade Agreement partner, which is a list which is changing every day, or they have to be made from materials that have been recycled in North America.
So surely there is a list of exactly which models qualify, right?
There is, and it's changing.
a website you can go to and you can plug in the vehicle identification number of the individual car you're looking at and see if it qualifies. So, this is really easy for the consumer to figure this out.
Keith Berry is an auto reporter for Consumer Reports. Thanks for joining us today.
Yo, what's good, broskies? Wait, I'm not talking to my broskies, though. I gotta talk to my broskies. Because sometimes those closest to you... No, I didn't even finish what my thought was gonna be. I'm crafting that art right now, but hold up. Those closest to you is nobody that you can rely on. Bro, it's only gave you touch tips. But one sec. Those closest to you are those that you can't rely on. So it's not that you need to rely on yourself either, because not everyone is Luffy. So I would just say, like, let's go, champ, at the end of the day. Or maybe, like, also, like, the end of Halo Reach. That's also okay. I would say, like, those two are the vibes of the season. Or also, maybe, like, it was a good day in the back rooms. Like, maybe that's also the vibe of the season.
You okay, bro? You need mental health?
So, essentially, Doc, there's been more mass shootings than there are days in the year that have already passed. And I'm actually crafting some tech so that I can reverse microplastic damage. And also I'm creating, like, types of clothing so that you can get more vitamin D throughout the day, so that you have, like, heightened levels of, like, hormonal activity and, like, just increasing your overall health. And yeah, just also, like, trying to look towards ending slavery in the Congo as well. Like cobalt mining and, like, early carcinogenic compounds in the constantly in the environment, and, like, severely impeding children in the Congo, and also, like, lowering emissions through the planet to lower sea level rise. So yeah, we're kind of, like, on a vibe right now, fam.
Hey, bro, how you ending, like, all this shit when you're playing Apex Legends?
What do you mean exactly, fam? Yeah, like, actually, say that shit again, then. What was that verb you used?
How do you end that shit again if you're...
How do I end?
Apex Legends?
Right, because I'm actually distributing my attention. So, because I gotta get these vibes. Probably a lot of Adderall. Probably. How do I put this? Like,
I mean, good luck to you all, bro, but, like, I mean, it ain't worth it, that, bro.
I'm definitely, like, injecting them stem cells, so I can, like, constantly recuperate from the amount of stress that I'm, like, engaging with. Oh wait, I gotta take that all back, man. That Zen meditation saved my whole career. I mean, I can shut my yap for a minute, though. Oh wait. That man's on a vibe. Hey, man, so you seem like an extremely kind of dude, you know, like, you'd probably, like, rizz up the barista at Starbucks, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro, you probably is. Yo, immunized, bro, my dog. You finna catch this vibe. I'm gonna stay close on your back, man, and try to see if we can play some ball. Interact with some ops. Damn, I can't even play no music. I'm gonna have to play some shit on. Play some chants.
With over 300 bulk items, including culinary spices, medicinal herbs, and household staples. CambridgeNaturals.com.
Oh, fuck yeah.
This is WBUR's All Things Considered. I'm Lisa Mullins. The 127th Boston Marathon today featured record
Yo, I'm pulling up to the scene. Bro, I'm missing the mark. Hold up. Fuck, man. I'm sorry, yo, bros. I will do. Yo, this is actually really long. I was too late, I was too late. Shadow of what I once was. We don't do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs, no more. We don't act the same way no more. We don't do the same drugs. I feel you, fam. We're finna get this dub though. If not, we're gonna put the beating on this, bros. Yeah, GG, fam. GG. We're vibing. Letting your blood pressure rate up, getting tilted. It's the opposite of what extremely competent individuals would like to probably illustrate as their attribute. Guys, I just got some roast of rage last game, so let's not set that standard for y'all homies, but essentially, I just got to the scene of the crime where we were all fighting pretty late, and I wasn't able to do a lot of damage. But yeah, man, they got mad tilted, they're not gonna lie, so I'm gonna set that expectation for you boys, so we're on some vibes, It's called sharing is caring, dude. Not just getting tilted.
Don't forget the happy thoughts. All you need is happy thoughts. The past tense past bedtime. Way back then when everything we read was real and everything we said rhymed. Wide-eyed kids being kids. Why did you stop? What did you do to your hair? Where did you go to end up right back here? When did you start to forget how to fly? Don't you call out, don't you breathe. Stay in the line,
Yo, why you say GG, fam? You're not feeling very confident? If anything, I'll carry your ass, man. You gotta believe in yourself at the end of the day, too, man. Even motherfuckers are praying on your downfall and nobody will fuck you with, or if they feel personally insecure. But, so, I think the ops might be here, not gonna lie. So let's start right here so we don't get immediately squashed. Because if we can work on each other, well, then that's good. Yeah, like I said though, bro, I pissed off some boys last game, but not on purpose, They were just unsatisfied with my behavior. Oh, back up. Everybody ditch, run away. Everybody desert. Everybody retreat. Retreat. Everyone retreat. That's my call. I don't have shit on me. But I think we should preserve ourselves. Bro, I'm fucking running, bro. Bro, stick to the walls. Just get far away and obscure yourself. Hide in the corners and shit. No, copyrighted music. Bro, I'm dipping my ass out. I'm fucking gone. I'm fucking gone out of here. I'm fucking trying to run. Same drugs. Bro, guys, if anything, I'm finna craft your banner, fam, because at least I can do something, and also I'm gonna get that straight out of the way, so we can get back on the road. I mean, cause like, what am I else? You know, I'm gonna have to play my strengths here on God, you know. All right, bro. Rest in peace, Ryan, bro. He went to go make that cup of tea. Isai, I'm finna run up a check, so. Man, motherfuckers, I'm not getting emotional. Yo, shout out the boys though, bro. You know, they finna have a blast. That was the last game they could play before they go to bed, you know what I'm saying? I think that shit personal. Close. But I was too late. Shine what I was so late. We don't do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs no more. She don't laugh the same way no more. We don't do the same drugs. Do the same drugs no more. Where did you go? Why would you stay? You must have lost your marbles. You always were so forgetful. In a hurry. Don't wait up. I was too late. A shadow of what I once was. 'Cause we don't do what we say we're gonna. You were always perfect, and I was only practice. Don't you miss the day? Stranger, don't you miss the day? Don't you miss the danger? We don't do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs. Do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs.
Support for My Unsung Hero comes from Umo, a cloud-based phone service for any size business with an automated virtual reception, video meetings, and other features to connect to customers and coworkers anywhere at uma.com/.
Don't forget the happy thoughts. All you need is happy thoughts. OT. And we like a cold team. Nigga Shaq and Kobe. Like back in '03. I was only like 6. I was like 16. But I can give her 16. I can make a bitch scream. That's a bit extreme. I got a thick ball, bitch. I call her Miss Lean. My trip frosty like hoes in the serene. All stars, you hardly 6'3". Yeah, I had to ball hard to harvest these dreams. Swear to God, me too. No Harvey Weinstein. The coupe was lime green. My wrist was blinding. We party in South Beach, Ferraris and blue cheese. Fuck does that even mean? Just let the league sing. None of y'all niggas gonna be fucking with me. I got 2 bad bitches gonna be rubbing my feet. I got 3 young niggas down the bus at the heat. And all y'all ain't got nothing. Ooh, not one of y'all niggas gonna be fucking with me. I got 2 bad bitches gonna be rubbing my feet. I got 3 young niggas down the bus at the heat. And all y'all ain't got nothing.
Drove up the cost of government borrowing, and Rachel Snyderman, an economist at the center, says now that's happening again because of the inherent risk that financial markets see surrounding a potential debt limit debate this summer. Snyderman estimates if Congress doesn't raise or suspend the debt limit, the U.S. could run out of money.
This is what your music would sound like if it had allergies. Now let's give it Zyrtec, which brings relief fast. So at hour 1, it'll sound more like this. Haha, sounds good. But what's even better? Zyrtec delivers powerful 24-hour relief, so the beat can stay strong all day long. Don't let allergies turn your volume down. Try Zyrtec and seize the day for powerful 24-hour allergy relief. Use only as directed. Click or tap the banner to learn more.
The following message is brought to you by E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. When the markets are a mess, you need a team that can help you invest with confidence. With E-Trade's easy-to-use platform, plus access to Morgan Stanley's in-depth research and guidance, you'll have the information you need to make informed investment decisions, no matter the market conditions. Get started today at etrade.com/Spotify. E-Trade Securities LLC, member SIPC, a subsidiary of Morgan Stanley.
Cliff Kid Z-Bar is springtime snacking done right. It's got the yummy taste and soft baked texture kids love. And parents, you'll feel good about this. Cliff Kid Z-Bar is USDA organic and packed with energizing whole grains to fuel their active bodies and imaginations. Tap to learn more.
Change too. Jay Zagorski did that this year. He teaches at the Western School of Business at Boston University.
I keep trying to tell you, you can't keep me on a leash. No matter how hard you train me, I'll do what I want in the end. And you can't disagree, but they make it so hard to be faithful. They make it so hard on me. Top of the day, baby, look what's they wearing. That's why I moved away. I need privacy, surrounded by the trees and Ivy League. Students that's recruited higher league, thinking you do you and I do me. Cribs got a big old backyard. My niggas stand outside and pass cigars, filled with marijuana, laughing hard. Thankful that they friends a platinum star. In the driveway there's no rapper cars, just some shit to get you back.
Last year we sold $1.2 billion worth of records. So the record when we go to sort of the high-tech solution. There's a whole bunch of reasons why if we eliminate cash from society, we're going to have some problems.
Jay Zagorski is a professor at Boston University. Professor, thanks for your time, sir.
I think this is aggressive enough to help. Oh, bro, they're really playing this lo-fi beat on the radio on VR right now. Bro. Oh, that's crazy, bro. Sorry, guys. I got background music going so I don't get copyright strike. Does that work?
Years of a really
I wonder if that works.
zero
If it doesn't
COVID
work, that's
policy
tough.
that ended just a couple of months ago is still doing damage to the Chinese economy. Through January and February, unemployment over there was 5.6% overall, 18% for people 16 to 24 years old. In normal times and in normal economies, where there are more workers than there are jobs, employers can be choosier.
Move to the right, move to the right, move to the right.
If you are a
Guys,
manufacturer,
we need to pick up the teams on our own terms.
Marketplace Jennifer Pack has that one from Shanghai.
It's lunchtime in Shanghai, and Zhang Xianfeng is at a restaurant near his work. Over the last 2 decades, he's dabbled as a movie extra, renovated homes, though most of his time was spent in factories. Now he says he's in construction.
I work 9 hours a day. I get paid $44 per day. My job is to carry materials like cement, glue, and ceramic tiles. It's better than a factory job because you don't
He's not the only one who's left the factories. Last year, more than 80% of Chinese manufacturers were short hundreds or thousands of workers, according to a survey by consulting firm CIIC. Former factory worker Zhang Xianfeng says job candidates are wary of manufacturers.
A lot of factories deceive workers. They tell us the salary is $3.60 or $4.40 an hour. Then when we get to the factory, the real pay is lower, or the work environment is horrible.
The work environment got tougher under China's zero-COVID policy. Staff were made to eat and sleep at the factory. Last fall, a wave of infections hit central Zhengzhou City, where Apple supplier Foxconn manufactures most of the iPhones. Hunter, who only gave his English name for fear of reprisals, has worked there on and off over the past decade.
If you had a fever, your dorm would be sealed, and you didn't get food or medicine.
He says just as orders for iPhone 14s were rolling in, workers, fearing for their safety, were streaming out.
Foxconn recruited some new workers, promising them $4.40 an hour plus bonuses. Maybe the employment agencies or job ads weren't clear enough, but when the workers arrived, they found the terms had changed.
Anger and frustration, including at the endless number of COVID quarantines, drove Foxconn workers to protest.
You know what?
Social media videos
I
show
low-key want to go find one of the channels that I didn't follow.
At the time, Foxconn blamed the payment stop on a technical error. In a statement to Marketplace, Foxconn did not address specific allegations, but emphasized that the health and safety of employees was its priority, while it had to comply with the government's COVID protocols and keep production going. Worker Zhang Xianfeng says Foxconn is better than some other factories, but conditions can be worse when manufacturers hire through employment agencies. Worker advocacy groups say this method allows factories and big international brands to avoid liability for any possible labor violations. Employment agents like Jiajing in Yunnan province admits there are some bad recruiters, but he also thinks workers have no loyalty.
A lot of workers like to hop from one factory to the next in search of better offers, but factories need stability or they'll never complete orders. My job is to help them.
He's traveled through Yunnan province searching for people to work in factories without much luck.
Some young people, especially those who graduated from an okay college, are too embarrassed to take a job that is labor intensive or where the salary is too low.
Back at the restaurant, lunch break is almost over for former factory worker Zhang Xianfeng. I ask why he thinks it is that factories can't find workers when there are high levels of unemployment.
I'm angry that the workers just don't trust factory owners.
And he hopes he'll never have to take a job in a factory again. In Shanghai, I'm Jennifer Pack for Marketplace.
Right, that's right. Down the back of the town.
Coming up. Hey, what is this supposed recession we're going to experience? That is kind of the question, right? First, though, let's do the numbers.
Some bangers.
Dow Industrials up 100 points today, a third of 1%, 33,987. The Nasdaq jumped 34 points, about 0.3%, 12,157 there. The S&P 500 gained 13 points. Also,
just
a
to
look, a
contain
third of 1%, 4,151. Treasury Department released its list of electric vehicles today that will still qualify for a federal $7,500 tax credit. Hint, that list is smaller than before. Shareholders from companies that make those vehicles on the now limited list did respond. General Motors drove up 1.9%. Tesla, 1.1%. Ford revved up 1.3%. Today it is tax season, as James Zagorski and I were just talking about, and as you are probably aware, Intuit, the parent company of TurboTax, dropped 0.4%. H&R Block, rather, was also down about 0.25%. Bond prices fell. The yield on the 10-year Treasury note increased to 3.60%. You're listening to Marketplace.
Marketplace is supported by Made in Cookware, partnering with chefs like Tom Felipe to bring professional-grade cookware to restaurants and home kitchens. Their cookware can be found at madeincookware.com. And by ChargePoint. Since 2007, ChargePoint has enabled EV drivers access
uncopyrighted music. So let's do, of course. Damn, Jessica got thick. How does that work? Alright. I'm a little confused. Oh shit, I'm actually revealing my most personal attributes. This shit just got real. Alright, that's what I'm talking about.
kitchen. I hope the zipper on your jacket gets stuck, and your headphones short, and your charger don't work, and you spill shit on your shirt. I hope your
you.